or a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
Welcome to the Fulton County Board of Commissioners regular meeting. Today is June 1st, 2022. It is 10 o'clock a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll for purposes of a quorum.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Vice Chairman Liz Hausman.
Present.
Commissioner Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Lee Morris.
Present.
Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Present.
Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Commissioner Khadijah Abdul Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we are grateful for this day, for your grace, and for your continued mercy upon our lives. We pray now your peace and your power for those who are gathered this morning. We pray now for those who have lost their children, their loved ones in Uvalde, Texas. We pray for those who have suffered great loss and who are in grief. Give them your comfort and peace. Bless now our commissioners. Give them your wisdom and direction. Give them your strength. Give them the hands to help. It is in your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 22-0381, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the regular meeting agenda for separate consideration.
Nothing, Madam Clerk. Commissioners, any items on the consent agenda? If not, we'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. Motion to adopt by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 4, regular meeting agenda, 22-0391, adoption of the regular meeting agenda.
All right, Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Yes, Chairman, I'd like to remove 0379 for later consideration. It's item 0379.
All right, any other items, Commissioners? Anything else? If not, we'll entertain a motion to approve the regular agenda as amended. Motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0392, ratification of minutes, regular meeting minutes, May 4th, recess meeting post-agenda minutes, May 18th, 2022.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0393, presentation of proclamations and certificates. The first proclamation is recognizing Fulton County Employee Appreciation Day, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
Good morning. All right. Come on, Ladisa, I see you. We needed to have the We Love You Foundation here so we could say, we, Fulton County employees. There you go. Let's balance it out a little bit. Hey there. Got that church tip going. All right, we're ready now. It is an honor to, oh, are they coming too? Oh, I see a lot of, okay, we're just waiting for more employees to join us. All right, is that it? A few more coming? Okay, all right. There we go, yes. Come on over to the other side too.
We good to go now.
All right, we're good to go. All right. Well, we love you, Fulton County employees, and it is truly an honor to present this proclamation with full board approval, full board support. And the proclamation reads, whereas the Fulton County government employs over 4,400 loyal and dedicated county employees, and whereas Fulton County employees are recognized as an invaluable resource to the county government, and whereas these employees provide essential services, including supporting the families of Fulton County, keeping us safe, boosting public health, preserving the arts and culture, expanding economic development, and a host of other services that make Fulton County a wonderful place to live, work, and raise a family. And whereas during the COVID-19 public health emergency, these dedicated employees further exemplified their continued commitment to excellence by ensuring minimal disruption to critical county operations. And whereas in the true spirit of public service, these employees represent Fulton County with a commitment to the highest level of ethics, performance, customer service, and efficiency. And whereas Fulton County employees exhibit their dedication each and every day and are prepared to render assistance with kindness, empathy, and commitment to excellence to the residents of Fulton County. Whereas Fulton County is proud to recognize employees who make a difference in our daily lives and express appreciation this week and throughout the year. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes June 6th through June 10th, 2022 as Fulton County Employee Recognition Week and does hereby proclaim Thursday, June 9th, 2022 as Fulton County Employee Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Thank you for all your service.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Hall and the full Board of Commissioners. Kenneth L. Herman, Jr., Chief HR Officer, and finally trying to remember my secondary role as Chief Cruise Ship Director to try and bring fun and entertainment and excitement back in Fulton County as we try to emerge out of the COVID-19 pandemic and trying to get back to a sense of normalcy. I just want to express on behalf of my team members, the HR team that are here before you, and some of my colleagues, some department heads that are also here, that we truly appreciate what you have done over the course of the last 2 years and what you will continue to do into the future. Genuine appreciation doesn't happen in 1 or 2 bites at an apple, and I always think about the song from Janet Jackson where it always, what have you done for me lately? And we want to express for you that while we have done a number of things, we know you're always looking for more, and we plan to give you more and plan to reach meet all of your expectations into the future as relates to making sure that you have a place that encourage your growth, encourage your development, and then also meets your needs from a financial perspective. And before I turn it over to Dick to say a few words, the county manager, I also want to say that as we kick off Fulton County Appreciation Week, the big event, at least for me, while I know Thursday is the big event because that's where we're going to have a lot of fun, but Monday is the biggest event for me because that's where we launch our Fulton Financially Get Fit program, where we're encouraging employees to truly look at their financial health, just like we ask you to look at your mental health and your physical health. But we want you to look at your financial health, and we are here to help you, and we have some great speakers and some great programs that help you along that path as well to make sure you're a full, rounded individual from all aspects. So again, thank you very much, Board of Commissioners, for supporting this. Thank you very much, employees. And we look forward to having a great week of events where you could enjoy yourself, relax, and get to reconnect with some individuals that you haven't seen for quite some time. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Ken, and thank the Board of Commissioners for recognizing our employees today in a full week worth of activities. But really it is, as Ken said, it's an entire 365 days a year. One of the things that being brought up in customer service in a large organization, I was always a believer in, and it's held exponentially true here, that the way you treat your employees is how they will treat the customers, or in our case, the citizens, who are also our customers. And by, I think, putting the basics in place, a good infrastructure in terms of the buildings, the look and feel, our IT systems, importantly, our incentive systems, because as you know, the Board of Commissioners approved a first time ever set of bonus payments that are triggered each year by customer satisfaction ratings, that this group of folks, representing another 4,500 or so folks, have achieved each year that we put in place. And I guess the penultimate achievement of that was during COVID and the COVID response. So no matter what position you played in Fulton County, if you were on the front lines of the Board of Health, or if you were in the accounts payable department and you were having to work from home, or you were in the libraries doing now curbside service, just across the board in the sheriff's office, I see one of the sheriff's representatives here managing that environment when many were struggling. We just were in our finest hour, and it was all because of our employees and the way that you responded, the sacrifices that you made, and really the demonstration of commitment to public service is something that's made me prouder to lead this organization than any I've been a part of, and it's because of our fine employees and the support that the commissioners give us in being able to recognize you, reward you, and fundamentally keep you, because we need you to stay here and continue to work for Fulton County on behalf of our citizens. So again, we've gone over our time limit. I'm going to blame it on Ken, Mr. Chairman, and thanking you. And for once, I think this is a well worth going over the time limit for. So again, thank you to all of our employees.
Next is a presentation to the Board of Commissioners, In My Shoes Art Exhibit, presented by the Arts and Culture Department.
Good morning. My name is Laura Martin. I'm a manager with Arts and Culture. The Department of Arts and Culture, under the leadership of our director, David Manuel, was excited to once again partner and collaborate with the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities to present the exhibit, In My Shoes. This powerful project showcases the talents of the individuals at the North Training Center, South and Central Training Centers, during the month of March, which is National Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. The theme, In My Shoes, reflects the desire of these individuals to be understood and recognized. They decorated plain white shoes in a way that reflects their point of view, and their final work was showcased both at the training centers and virtually. We would like to now present them to you, the Board of Commissioners. Your leadership and your support for the arts in the community is truly appreciated. We want to give each of you a piece of the passion, talent, and commitment from the artists who participated, and thank you so much. Joanna Strickland will be presenting.
This one, no, this one has an orange in it, yep. Yeah, you were looking for the orange.
Thank you.
All right. Marvin, you want to accept these on our behalf?
I made him give up the purple one.
Well, please, we just want to thank you, the art department, David Manuel, and you all for presenting us with this presentation. My name is Marvin Arrington, Commissioner for District 5, and from the entire board, we just want to say thank you for all the great work you do in the arts department on a daily, monthly, and yearly basis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to take a point of personal privilege. Thank you. I just wanted to, I would be remiss if I did not congratulate you, Mr. Chairman, and Commissioner Marvin S. Arrington Jr. on your victorious wins and just complete landslide wins. So congratulations on your re-elections.
Thank you.
Bottom of page 4, public hearings. 22-0394, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing online by registering on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. In the event the 30-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we will start with the speakers here in Assembly Hall. We have received 7 speaker cards. Would all 7 speakers please come forward? Amy Bledsoe, Ruth Walker, Sandra Burkhart, Maggie Goldman, DC, Brent Harris, and Pete Hendricks.
Good morning.
You have 15 seconds remaining. I'll say 15 seconds. That'll be your cue to conclude your remarks.
Got it. Thank you. I'm Amy Bledsoe, speaking on behalf of the Public Works Department this morning. In this zoning case, the applicant is seeking rezoning from M2 heavy industrial to C2 commercial for the property located at 4143
Sure.
Fulton.
Just a minute. So are you speaking on the zoning issue now?
Yes,
All right, you'll come up later.
I will.
Yes.
Okay.
Next speaker.
Greetings, everyone. I'm Ruth Walker. And so I come here today to help us all think a new thought. Because every great dream begins with a dreamer. Always remember the patience and the passion to reach the stars to change the world. This is what Harriet Tubman said over 100 years ago. Through our pain, we find our passion that bursts our sole purpose. No more fighting the old ways. It's time to build a new world, a new Atlanta. Change is the law of life, and a small group of thoughtful commissioners like y'all could change the world. You protect us, the people, right? Our works will follow us. So are you all hearing more outrage or more praise? That shows the true measure of what you're really doing in your offices. And I feel like we can really do some major things here because of the history of this state. However, the people are not saying that. And most people are in survival mode because they can't thrive under these conditions. They really can't. We need more empathy. You know, the United States just gave $54 billion to Ukraine, and my heart goes out to them. But we have constituents in this beautiful state that's being displaced. And that's not cool. These are people's aunts, grandmothers, children. I am one of those. I'm still displaced. I put in my application with DCA back December 1st of 2021. All my documents, but still was evicted. And I lost very precious family heirlooms because it was raining that day. And they did not even allow me to stand on the porch with my 3-year-old son who was sick. And how is that integrity? How is that protecting us as people? So, yes, it's Employee Appreciation Day.
15 seconds.
However, if you guys are only the ones singing the praises, then that's a problem. And so I just wanted to say change can start today, and I pray that we can do that.
My name is Sandra Burkhart. I live in Fulton County. I have a question. Do you commissioners trust your cell phones? Do you appreciate their ability to direct you to places and track your car, let you know when to turn, when to go straight? I love that feature. I have heard and seen the music called 2,000 Mules. It seems many people have hope to find a way to see it. I hope you do. The movie presents information about cell phones and where they have been. It discovered how some cell phones located in Seattle during the riots, looting and burning, were the same cell phones tracked dropping ballots in drop boxes in Atlanta in the middle of the night. Multiple ballots in drop boxes for the election that I've heard several commissioners say were the safest and most secure elections ever. Do you think these people were well paid for their work? Do you think they were? Who paid them? Why? The assignments need to be different for these upcoming elections. Is the modified plan already in place? And you, Commission Chairman Rob Pitts, are you confident about the upcoming election results? Is everything in place and everyone in the right spot to determine the results before the first honest ballot is cast? To winning, some are committed. Laws and integrity are regarded as inconsequential. Thank you.
My name is Maggie Goldman. I'm a resident of Johns Creek, District 1. So I'd also like to convey my congratulations to Marvin Arrington and Rob Pitts for their primary wins with their opponents, and Lee Morris, without any contention, was able to win his primary. And I'd also love to see some of the members who come here to speak about elections complain about Bridget Thorne winning her primary. There could not have possibly been any fraud if she was able to win. I'm here today to speak in favor of the non-discrimination clauses that Commissioner Morris has put on the agenda. It is fitting to start Pride Month with these three discrimination additions. When I first saw that this was something that needed to be done when the Georgia Equality questionnaire came out, I certainly was in favor of those. I said so in my questionnaire. Of course, I would not be able to do anything until if and when I was elected, so I'm glad that the commission has taken the opportunity to do so. It looks like you guys have taken the opportunity to pick all of the relevant ordinances, so it looks like all services offered to the public shall not be denied to any person based on sex, race, color, religion, creed, national origin, and we are adding sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. I believe this also goes to the HR one, so I'm assuming all procedures around hiring and firing would have that same application. And for any parts of North Fulton that are unincorporated, you may not be denied any housing based on those. So I'm very much in favor of this. I may not physically be here to see you vote on it because I have an 11 o'clock Zoom meeting, but
15 seconds.
I'm very grateful that you're doing that today.
Good morning to the commissioners. My name is Donald Craddock. Everybody knows me as DC. I'm the owner of Mix 106 Radio. I'm here to congratulate our chairman and our commissioner of the fifth, the mighty fifth, Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr., and congratulations to you also, Commissioner Morris. I want to say that I've been around politics for a minute. I've been involved in politics for a while, and what happened in this election is a testament of good versus evil. What we saw was voters across Fulton County let their voices be heard and beat back the bully voices that chose to go low and malign the character of a man like our chairman, Rob Pitts, who have stood in public life for more than 40 years without a smear on his record, and Marvin Arrington Jr., who have stood in public life without a smear on his record. And we had a band of bad news bears who came into town talking loud and saying nothing to try to smear these two great men who are doing great work in Fulton County and malign their name and their character and bring their families involved in this. It sickened me. But I want to say to the band of bad news bears, to the puppets and the puppet master, we reject you.
We have one speaker on Zoom.
Good morning, Commissioners. We only have one, and that one is Benjamin Howard. Benjamin Howard. All right, Mr. Howard, you're up.
Is anyone else? Anyone at the centers?
That's it. He's just having some technical difficulties, but he's getting ready to come up now. All right, Mr. Howard. Okay, let's see. He is having some technical difficulties, but he's on now.
Mr. Howard?
You have the floor, Mr. Howard. Okay, so he has technical difficulties, so I guess he would probably have to be pushed back.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
No further speakers.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 5, zoning use permits and zoning modification applications, 22-0395, Public Works, 2022Z-001, 2022VZ-001, 4143 Fulton Industrial Boulevard.
Good morning. I'm Amy Bledsoe, representing Public Works.
Excuse me, it's a public hearing?
Yes.
All right, go ahead, ma'am.
In this case, the applicant is seeking rezoning from M2 Heavy Industrial to C2 Commercial for the property located at 4143 Fulton Industrial Boulevard. This is to accommodate a proposed urgent care facility. The .44 acre property is currently developed within an existing building. It's 1,800 square feet, contains a parking lot, and the applicant tends to revitalize and renovate the building to be used as a medical facility for those workers who are actually working in the Fulton industrial area. In addition, the applicant is requesting a variance to reduce the 5-foot landscape strip to 0 feet to allow for existing encroachments along the southwest property to remain. The reason being that the site and the parking lot would be significantly impacted if the landscape strip were to remain. It would result in the parking spaces along the side of the building being unable to be used. The staff is recommending approval conditional of the rezoning. The uses are consistent with the comp plan and the industrial marketplace land use category, which promotes those uses that benefit the workers in the area. In addition, the uses are also consistent with the Fulton Industrial Boulevard redevelopment plan. Thank you.
All right, anyone from the public? Mr. Hendricks?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Pete Hendricks, practice law at 6085 Lake Forest Drive in city of Atlanta. Sandy Springs. And I reside at 230 The Prado in Ansley Park. And I'm a practicing full-time attorney specializing in land use, government permitting, and rezoning applications. The application that you have in front of you, if you will go to page 1.5 of the application, you'll see that the litany of responses there, whether the zoning proposal will permit a use that is suitable in view of the use and development of adjacent nearby property, it's found by staff to be suitable. Also, whether the zoning proposal will adversely affect the existing use or usability of adjacent or nearby property will not have an adverse effect. And as the property is presently rezoned, it is not capable of moving forward under the zoning request as accommodated. Whether the proposal will result in a use which could or will cause an excessive burdensome use existing streets, transportation, or rezoning utilities, and it is found to be will not have a significant impact on the facilities and utilities serving the area. Whether the zoning proposal is in conformity with the policy's intent of the land use plan, and it is found by staff to be consistent with the policies and intent of the comprehensive land use plan. With that, we also would note that the Community Zoning Board unanimously approved this application when it was done by Zoom in front of them. We respectfully request that you give approval to this application. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, the client is here, Brent Harris, who would operate and man the urgent care facility, and I think he would like to give some competent advice as to the full scope of the urgent care facility that he intends to operate. Thank you.
All right, do you want to add anything, sir?
Yes, sir, I can.
Well, you don't have to, but you. Okay.
How are you guys all doing? Dr. Brent Harris. I founded US Med Clinic several years ago. I think it's needed across the entire country. We're slowly growing in the region. We started it out of Carrollton, Georgia. It's actually a direct pay clinic. And so most healthcare facilities are insurance-based, and it leads a lot of people that either underinsured or not insured to kind of decide whether to spend a lot of money to go to the clinics or the medical facilities or not get health care. And so we found a niche in the uninsured and underinsured market where our prices are significantly less than insurance-based medical practices. And so US Med Clinic on Fulton Industrial will be a combination urgent care, occupational medicine, but also a family medicine facility. And so a lot of businesses that need to utilize healthcare for their workforce. So someone slices their finger open and needs a laceration stitched up, we can do that. From an occupational standpoint, drug screenings, DOT medical exams to make sure the drivers on the roadways are safe. And also all those employees turn into our long-term patients as well from a family medicine standpoint, managing their high blood pressure and diabetes, all at a fraction of the cost of traditional healthcare in the insurance market. So I appreciate your guys' consideration. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else from the public?
We would respectfully request that you approve the rezoning application as well as the concurrent variance application that presently is in front of you. Thank you very much.
All right. Anyone else from the public? Anyone else from the public? All right. Commissioner Abdul Rahman, followed by Commissioner Morris.
Thank you, Chairman. As the district commissioner, I have reviewed the application and consulted the parties. I understand there was conditions that have been met. So as the sitting commissioner, I know my colleague has something to say, but I would move that we make the motion to approve this. Thank you.
Commissioner Morris?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, it doesn't show that it's before us for action. Is it before us for action today on both of these
My
items?
understanding that it is.
Okay. And is your motion to cover both of the applications, including the variance?
Yes, Commissioner Morris.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else from the public to speak? If not, that will conclude the public hearing. The motion before us is to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Abdur-Rahman. Any further questions or comments? If not, cast your votes, please, on both.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Hendricks.
Continuing on page 5.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
County manager's items under open and responsible government, 22-0396, presentation of the COVID-19 operational response update.
Mr. Manager?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. You have your usual packet in front of you. I'll hit some of the highlights of it, and we're prepared to answer questions. The trends, as you can easily see, continue to worsen. Cases at 266 now, which again is up 62%. The positivity rate at 13.5% is up 65%. Hospitalizations at 120 is up 55%. So all of those obviously are causes of concern. The one bright spot is the daily death rate is below 1 now, so that's the one good news. The actual cases may be 3 times higher than what we're reporting due to home testing as well as milder symptoms, so keep that in mind. All these trends put Fulton County in what's considered the red zone, and Doug and Matt will discuss the implications of that, but we're not recommending any changes in our service delivery or protocols around masking at this point in time. We are, though, thinking about the value of stronger and more aggressive targeted messaging, and that vaccinations are clearly the only thing that prevents hospitalization. And so we'll bring back programs that will be focused on, again, vaccinations, incentives, and messaging. We do have Emory's agreement now to begin the wastewater testing that we've discussed before, so that'll be rolling out first in our major reclamation facilities and then in targeted manholes. We also, as you discussed in the last meeting, the arrangements with sick.org for kiosk-based testing. So I think we're continuing to push the envelope in terms of innovative approaches. We have seen a growth in employee cases, so we're up to 20. You'll see that in the trends in this last reporting period. ERAP continues, of course. We're in our last and final tranche of $25 million. With about 6 weeks to go on that, unless there is some other reallocation. We don't know that would be the case and have no information to share, but if that's available, we will certainly pursue it on behalf of Fulton County citizens. ORCA is also included in today's report at your request from the last meeting. There is some new information there, so look forward to your questions and discussion. We did not have a steering committee yesterday as planned due to Chief Judge Brasher having COVID symptoms. So that's just one more indicator of, again, how widespread this is, and we'll have that steering committee as soon as he is back in good stead. The summer youth program that you sponsored is included in today's deck, as you'll see. Also, the selected vendors were sent to you in an email yesterday, so Dr. Rochelle will have any answers for questions that you may have on that. We're excited to get that program started. We also kicked off last week a broadband access with the broadband access program with the help of AT&T and Comcast. This is a federal program that lowers the cost of broadband access, and I can remember back in my early days selling a 1.5 meg T1. I'm sure you could remember this, Commissioner. It was a big event. This is actually providing 100 meg of bandwidth to an individual residence user without cost. So it's a huge indication of how far we have come, but also how critical broadband service is to the typical consumer. We introduced this at Dogwood Senior Center, one of my favorite senior centers, and actually signed up folks on site for this service. So again, we appreciate the chairman spearheading that event, and then again, Comcast and AT&T representatives being there with us. We remain very concerned about the long-term effects of COVID as well as our response to it. The labor market and inflation continues to create a lot of pressure on our employees. And we, of course, notice it most with recruitment and retention. We'll be bringing back an overall compensation study in July to share with you, but just keep that in mind. Grady continues to seek assistance with rising nursing costs. That's, again, a impact from COVID. The jail population remains elevated, and we continue to work with the Fulton County Sheriff's Office on alternatives in advance of a long-term jail feasibility study. So again, all of those are very significant issues and have enormous financial consequences. At the same time, all of our normal activities continue. The primary election was quiet in Fulton County, according to the AJC. I think that's one that falls under the category of no news is good news, and we appreciate the leadership of Nadine Williams as well as that entire staff and all that they did to make that election successful. We certainly had a few snafus, but all in all, I think a very solid performance. The focus now in elections, as you'll hear from her today, is on clearing any of the post-redistricting issues and getting out voter precinct cards where folks can know exactly their precincts and where they should show up to vote. We'll also review a water treatment capacity recommendation today. Again, I'm very excited about this because this is equal to, in terms of dollar value, the T-SPLOST, both 1 and 2, because putting both the North Fulton and now South Fulton studies together for capacity is a $1 billion infrastructure investment in the future of Fulton County's economic growth. And I think it's most appropriate that it's also done on the day when we discuss economic development and infrastructure as a key priority item. So I hope you'll have questions about that and then again favorably move that forward. At the same time, as we talk about infrastructure, we continue to work with GDOT and MARTA on a path forward for BRT, and there is a significant effort there on the part of MARTA pursuing a federal grant for BRT service. And then lastly, from the tax assessor's office in our biweekly meetings with tax assessor and tax commissioner, property tax notices are scheduled to go out on June the 17th, so within the next couple of weeks from Friday. So not out of the woods on COVID by any means, keeping an eye on these trends, but pushing forward with a very significant agenda. So Mr. Chairman, we're ready for Matt to emphasize any points that we haven't touched on and then answer your questions on COVID trends as well as ORCA or anything relating to summer youth and ERAP.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mr. Kalmar.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, just pages 3 of the packet, just wanted to go ahead and highlight a couple things that the county manager did reference. Bullet point number 1, once again, there have been more COVID deaths attributed to the Omicron variant than the Delta variant, which was from last summer, and 92% of those deaths were from the unvaccinated population. We cannot continue to go ahead and stress this enough that we need to get our constituents vaccinated and up to date with their vaccines if they have not done so thus far. One of the other bullet points there is just once again showing the fact that the BA2.12.1 is the most dominant and most transmissible variant that we have in our current environment at this particular time. And the fact that we can now offer shots to individuals 5 and older, booster shots for that population is something that we're really proud to say that we can offer that as well as the opportunity to go ahead and have the second booster shot for anyone that is 55 years and older. We know that there's been some people that had their first booster shot last fall. Now it's time to make sure you go ahead and get your next booster shot to be prepared to what the fall will come in our jurisdiction as well. So please take advantage of those opportunities, and we'll go ahead and be available for any questions or concerns that you may have.
All right, any questions? All right, hearing none. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Manager?
Let me ask, let's see what's next in the deck, but let me ask Dr. Rochelle to just make a comment on the summer youth program. Dr. Rochelle and the selection of the providers and see if there are any questions about that.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. So as you know, the board did approve $500,000 of ARPA funding to support summer job training. the task that the Community Development Department took on was to ensure that the program priorities aligned with the ARPA guidance so that we would remain in compliance. So specifically, we were looking at organizations that had a track record of actually providing job training in Fulton County. As a result, we received 33 applications. 18 of those applications were deemed eligible based on the ARPA regulations, and those organizations are presented here today. All 18 of the eligible organizations are presented and recommended for funding, totaling $500,000. The next step will be to contract with those organizations based on the funding priorities and the ARPA regulations, and we will work with the Department of External Affairs to ensure that families throughout Fulton County know how to contact these organizations for these job training opportunities. That concludes my update.
All right, Commissioner Ellis?
Just a question, do we need to formally take any action to approve anything relative to those particular entities that we want to contract with today, or is that something that's going to be brought back separately?
Commissioner Ellis, the recommendations are a part of the COVID update. In the past, when we have recommended organizations like through CARES, we've simply included those organizations as information and provided it as an update in the COVID response. So no actual action is required today.
So you're going to be coming back with it, seeking an action? I mean, I do think at some point, I mean, we got folks that we're going to contract with, we need to approve it. I don't know what form it's going to come in.
So that's what she's expressing. You know, as we
Right.
work through all these responses, we've just presented them to the board. If you send it without necessarily a formal approval, then we just move forward. It's perfectly fine for you to take an action to approve them as well. So either way would be acceptable.
Yeah, I do think, I mean, it just sort of as a matter of course, I do think when we're doing stuff where we've got, you know, competitively, you know, proposed stuff and all that sort of stuff, that it should, and I think we're at a point now where we should be able to do this, you know, it should be a separate vote on it. I mean, I think just sort of as a matter of course of where we're at, you know, right now. Just, I don't have a problem with, you know, moving forward with this. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page with what we're doing with it.
So I think for purposes of time, we'd like that then taken today, if we could.
Okay. Well, I'd certainly move approval for it. So.
All right, properly move, motion to approve the allocation of the $500,000 by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Any other questions or comments? All right, cast your vote, please. Favorable vote, I hope.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellis.
If no more questions on that, I'll just ask Alton Adams to comment on the ORCA statistics that are included, Project ORCA statistics included in your package.
Thank you, Mr. County Manager. Good morning, Commissioners. I won't go into detail because, as you know, we have a detailed briefing every other session, but per Commissioner Ellis's request, we have and will be including updates at every BOC in terms of the numbers. I guess the number I'll start with is on page 37, which is the project overview. As you know, we started with 149,000 cases. We've disposed of 54,000, and so as we sit here today, we have 93,000 cases remaining. So we are below the 100,000 number that we had considered to be a very important benchmark for us. The next page, numbers are a little higher because of the way we capture the weekly numbers, but as you can see, we continue to make steady progress at about a clip of 1,000 cases per week, and really across the board. So as you can see, considerable progress in the solicitors area in particular. Continue to have steady progress with magistrate court, but for the most part across the board, each one of the agencies continues to move the cases. If you look at the breakdown of the cases, what we have seen is the ability to move civil cases, particularly, and as we've talked about in the past, our criminal cases are the ones that are going to take longer just because of the nature of the cases and the charges themselves. The next two slides really talk to the judges and the disposed cases by judge. And then finally on page 41, really just a quick summary of things that we track. One is how are we doing by agency project to date, and how did we do in May. And as I've mentioned before, these numbers are going to bump around a little bit. So we are going to see some months where we make considerable progress across agencies. We're going to see some months where we lag a bit. But here again, our big focus is really the overall number and making sure that we're trending in the right direction. So happy to stop there and answer any questions.
Commissioner Ellis?
Just 2 or 3 quick questions. And just observations. On the judges' slides, I mean, I think it's useful, but what's not necessarily reflective of here is what their sort of total caseload is. And I don't know if they're all, we should assume that they're all sort of, they have equal parts, or is that generally a fair assumption that the caseloads are fairly similar?
No, actually, they vary considerably by judge. We didn't include, we do on our regular updates include the caseloads by judge, so we'll make sure we include that. But they tend to be pretty, they tend to vary pretty significantly.
Okay. Well, it might be useful just to see this for illustrative purposes, to understand kind of what their total caseload is. So, you know, you're not making the assumption that if somebody's below a particular average that it might actually be, depending upon their caseload, it may actually be, you know, good.
That's correct.
Somebody that's above the line, it may actually be bad, kind of thing, right? So, or you know what I mean, right? So it's just some relativity there would probably be useful to have. And then we talked the last time, and you know, you may not have been able to figure out a way to exactly present it, but I do think it would be useful to also have something that shows us kind of what's going on with cases outside of this, right? And just to, you know, keep track of that to make sure that we're not seeing a building backlog on the other end. So that was just only two things that I had. And then, I mean, I'll reiterate again, I think our overall progress, that is something positive to see, but I do continue to have, you know, kind of concern with our general lack of progression on the criminal cases.
So, Commissioner, what we will do, we do have those charts that you mentioned, both in terms of the total caseloads for the judges, as well as how what the non-ORCA caseload looks like. So we'll make sure we include those in the package moving forward. And to your point about the criminal cases, we do have an effort underway led by Judge Brasher and 3 individuals from the DA's team to see what we can do to move some of these cases along at a different pace, both indicted cases as well as pre-indicted cases. So it is something that we're very focused on at this point.
All right, thank you.
Vice Chair Houseman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to say, first of all, I wasn't here last meeting when we initially went over this data, but this is very critical, I think, to making sure that our investment that we made with the majority of our ARPA money and to go to this particular situation, you know, is having an impact, the desired impact that we wanted it to have. So I'm trying to determine here, I think we've made good progress in your reports from the last time, obviously, but where are we on our timeline with the plan to address all of these cases? Or what percentage, I mean, can you just speak to that a little bit, please? Where exactly are we?
At this point in time, we do have a trend line that shows, it's really just kind of a straight line from where we started to where we would be in December 23 and the pace that it would require us
Is
to
this
be
on page
at.
39? Is that the line that's on the judges?
No, it's here again, we didn't include all of the information we typically include, but we do have a line that says if you started at 149,000 cases and you wanted to be at 0 in December of 2023, what would that line look like? And so that's something that we are tracking. And at this point in time, I would say that we are actually a bit ahead of where we would have expected to be. However, one of the reasons we're ahead is because we've done so well, particularly in the magistrate court cases, as well as with our civil cases. That line, I would say that we're not going to be below that line for the rest of the duration. There are going to be times when we're going to slow down a bit, and then there are going to be times when we accelerate a bit. But at this point in time, just looking at the overall number, we're actually proceeding about where you would have expected, perhaps even a little bit better at this point.
So are you breaking it out by criminal cases and civil cases, or putting it all together?
We look at it, we look at 50 reports on a weekly basis. So we look at criminal cases, we look at civil cases, we look at criminal cases for both state and superior court. We look at civil and criminal cases for post-ORCA as well as ORCA cases. So we look at it in a variety of different ways. At this point in time, we're doing very well on civil, not doing as fast as we would have liked on criminal, but we know that would have been expected because those are harder to predict and they take longer.
Okay, I do think that that's the area that we should pay special attention to, is the criminal backlog, because of all the ramifications across the system, including the jail population, and our needs there are directly related to the processing in the criminal area. So is there a way for you to break that out in future reports so that?
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely.
And then if there are targeted, areas where we can tell that there's less activity or there needs to be more of a focus on particular pieces of it, I think we need to know that so that we can help determine if there's already not an action plan, exactly how to keep everything on track. I think that what I'm hearing in the community from a lot of the mayors is a frustration level with some of the criminal cases that they are trying to follow that have affected their communities that really seem to be stagnant. And so I just think it would be full transparency if we had a little clearer picture of what's really happening on the criminal side.
Okay, absolutely.
All right. And then I guess I want to make sure that we're also monitoring the non-COVID related cases, the ones that have happened, since the backlog was determined. Where are we with that?
We are tracking those on really on a weekly basis, and by court and by civil versus criminal. So we are in fact tracking those.
And
the question is, are we building a backlog? And the
Yeah,
answer
how are we
is,
doing? How
well,
we doing?
you can't predict that based on 5 months worth of data. If someone is arrested on December 7th, chances are their case hasn't even been, they haven't gone to court yet to be disposed, so there is a lag associated with both criminal and civil cases. So what we are doing is making sure that we're doing all the right things associated with moving the cases. We have night court. We're expanding the number of individuals that we're bringing over from the jail. We've added a number of Zoom rooms to expand our virtual capabilities. So I think we're doing all the right things, pulling all the right levers to make sure that we don't accumulate a backlog. But at this point in time, because of the lag associated when someone is charged and when they actually go to court, you can't necessarily say this is how we're doing in terms of billing the backlog.
Well, I mean, I think we all agree that, you know, we don't want to end up with another backlog when we dispose of this one, so.
Agreed.
I think it's important that we monitor that as we go along as well. And then I don't see a hiring slide in this presentation today. In the public safety area, the marshal and the sheriff, have they made any progress in hiring?
Very little. The marshal has made a bit of progress. The sheriff continues to be challenged by hiring across the board, whether it be for Orca, or whether it be for the jail, or whether it be for, you know, just kind of regular kind of general fund expenditures. It is a challenge. I think it's a challenge across the entire community, as we all know. So we're doing some things. We've employed a bonus. We've increased the salaries. We're working on specific job fairs, you know, with the sheriff, and obviously to the extent that we can help drive the hires in Orca, that's helpful. But it really is a challenge that goes beyond the Orca project.
Yeah, I just happened to catch a news story this morning about Stockbridge and their hiring efforts with their police department. They've been quite successful. We might want to look at what they've done to, I mean, they were talking about having officers from all over the country that have come to Stockbridge, which is our neighbor. And if they're willing to come to Stockbridge, perhaps we can learn from their successes. So I just want to make sure that we're focused, really laser focused on these two areas to try and make sure that we do fill these positions. Mr. Herman, do you have anything to say?
Good morning. No, Commissioner, I agree with you that we are becoming laser focused, and one of the agenda items on today's agenda is, again, allowing HR to be more focused on the recruitment activity of talent that we need for all positions, to include in the Sheriff's Office.
All right, thank you. And finally, Mr. Alton, I do think this is very important to the mayors, and I know we're having a meeting on Friday. Are you prepared to talk about this at that meeting?
To talk specifically about Orca, happy to provide an update if you'd like to add it to the agenda. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think we had initially put something about the jail, but the sheriff isn't unavailable, so perhaps we could substitute this at the meeting on Friday.
Happy to.
All right, thank you.
All right, any other questions for Mr. Adams? Other questions? All right, Mr. Manager.
Yes, sir. I think if there are no more questions, that will conclude our report.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Continuing on page 5, 22-0397, Purchasing and Contract Compliance, request ratification of countywide emergency procurements.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Hall. Any questions or comments? If not, cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0398, Finance, Presentation, Review, and Approval of the June 1st, 2022 Budget Soundings.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, a second by Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Hall, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a question about the budget enhancement items that were supposed to be brought mid-year through soundings. Is that coming up on the next soundings?
No, Commissioner, that'll be done when we do the official mid-year review, which will probably occur the first meeting in August.
First meeting in August?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, other questions or comments? If not, cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0399, Human Resources Management, request approval to modify the classification section of the Classification and Compensation Plan.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdur-Rahman. Commissioner Hall, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to find out exactly what a talent acquisition supervisor and talent acquisition specialist will be doing in Fulton County because these are new positions?
Thank you very much, Commissioner Hall. As I was having the brief conversation previously with Commissioner Hausman about HR getting laser focus on bringing talent in, that's what these two new classifications are going to do. You are well aware that right now we have a post-it and hope they come approach to getting talent into the county. And while we've been successful underneath that model for many years, I think the environment that we are in now, and as we modernize our HR operations from beyond where the board pushed us into shared services and we go one step more, that's what we're doing now with the talent acquisition unit. So the talent acquisition unit will focus primarily on modernization of our announcements to make them more palatable and attractive to the younger generation of applicant as well as the more sophisticated applicant. Look at our minimal qualifications and see can we move away from the model of it has to be a high school diploma and X number of years of government experience, and if you don't have exactly what we say in the job description, you don't qualify for the job, and look at that a little differently. Of course, they're going to focus initially on the high-risk positions, the key classifications that you recently approved about 2 board meetings ago, and make sure that we never have much slippage there, but then also don't allow more positions to move into that category. We're going to be working more hand-in-hand that unit with DCRC to make sure that our diversity recruitment plans are in line with the citizens that we serve, and try and bring that in sync. And most importantly, we talked about it briefly today, is talking about onboarding and assimilation. Usually we bring individuals on and we don't see them until we see them around the building. Well, this new unit is going to be responsible for assimilating that individual, not only within the county, but within their department. So they're going to have 30-day and 60-day and 90-day check-ins and the like, and then also hold their hand and help them develop both strategic development plans and part of the succession planning process. So this new team of laser focus, not being distracted by anything else relative to investigations that the HR department does, compensation reviews, all they do for the 8 hours that they have to provide services to the citizens of Fulton County is go out and find talent. And we're hoping that we could replicate some of the success that we've seen in other government agencies that have a talent acquisition unit similar to what we're trying to create today.
Thank you. And so all of this is for the new employee, and then the 30, 60, 90 check-in is for a new employee. What measures do we have in place, or are we putting in place to do that for employees that are already here? Because I keep hearing about retention issues, and so it sounds like we need to ensure that we cover some of those things for the employees that we already have in our employee base.
And that's excellent, Commissioner. I think about a month ago, we held a session called Stay Conversations, and how managers and department heads can have those conversations early on with employees to make sure that the employee is feeling engaged, the employee is feeling appreciated, that expectations are at the same level, because you know what happens when somebody has a different expectation than what somebody else's have. And we're hoping that those managers that go through that program, and the feedback that I've received has been beneficial and positive, that they're able to apply those measures, and we could continue to offer that similar training to new department heads and new managers throughout the county to make sure we're creating that environment that makes the county the best place to work and stay and work and provide the services to the citizens of Fulton County.
And I'd like to see at some point that you would come back and speak on individual performance evaluations, the annual performance evaluations, because I still hear from employees that they don't really know how they're doing in their jobs because there is no annual performance evaluation process.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Other questions or comments? All right, please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 1 abstention. 22-0400, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval to amend an existing contract to provide additional wayfinding design services for the Library Capital Improvement Program Phase 2.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Any questions? Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 6, 22-0401, request approval to amend an existing contract to provide technical and design services for the Library Capital Improvement Program Phase 2.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Any questions? Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0402, request approval to extend an existing contract to provide continued program management services for the remaining Phase 2 library projects.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Any questions? Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Under Health and Human Services, 22-0403, Senior Services, request approval to increase spending authority to provide senior transportation services.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0404, Public Works. The Departments of Public Works and Finance request approval to hold public hearings in anticipation of a future request for approval to authorize increases in water and sewer rates fees.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Hall.
Good morning, Board. David Clark, Public Works Director for Fulton County. We do have a quick presentation, if you will allow us to display that, to kind of show a little bit more background on the rate study that we completed, but also the types of projects that we anticipate using the additional funds for. It's coming. Okay, next slide, please. If you recall, about 2 years ago, we embarked on a South Fulton wastewater capacity study that the board actually approved in February of 2021. As part of that, we identified a number of new projects to expand the wastewater collection system throughout the southern part of Fulton County, primarily the cities of Palmetto, South Fulton, and Chattahoochee Hills. The current revenue and expenses are slightly imbalanced, which is pulling down our capital reserves over the last couple of years more than what's bringing in. So therefore, in addition to the new projects we want to do down south, we need to better balance our revenues and expenditures. This kind of results into what we've anticipated at this time, a proposed 5% increase in the water and sewer rates for the next 3 years. Next slide, please. Here's just some of the projects that were identified in both North Fulton County on this side, on this slide, that we would be addressing over the next few years. And then on the next slide is the South Fulton projects. And if you remember, most of these projects that you see here on this slide were identified in the wastewater capacity study that was completed a couple years ago. Next slide, please. So altogether, as the manager said earlier, including the proposed Camp Creek expansion of the wastewater treatment plant, which is slightly outside of this 3-year window, will probably start closer into 2027. It's about a $500 million program, which is very comparable to what the North Fulton project was that was approved about 6 years ago. Over the next couple of years, you're looking at $55 million, $46 million, and $43 million in capital projects that we're anticipating. Next slide. So our current rate structure is both water for North Fulton and then sanitary sewer for the rest of the county. If you remember, when we first started talking about rates in 2016, we identified a 9-year window that we thought started in 2017 that we needed to address. At the time in 2016, we forecasted that a 5% per year for the next 9 years was needed. But instead of adopting all 9 years at one time, we just did the appropriate thing and broke it into 3-year chunks. We did a series of price increases for the first 3 years. On December 4th, 2019, we did another 3 years of 5% that go through the end of this year, December 31st. And so this study looked at what we needed to do starting in January 1st, 2023 through 25. Next slide, please. Again, this kind of shows a little bit of the proposed revenues versus expenses that we've identified for each of the years. Our revenues are increasing every year. It's increasing primarily because of natural growth. Each year we're getting more and more customers, both on the water side and the wastewater side. It's about 1.5% per year, so that's what you're seeing on the revenue side. But the expenses, because of the wastewater capacity study and the other projects that we've identified in our capital improvement program, still outpace the revenues that we're bringing. Next slide, please. Again, this kind of just shows where we've been and where we've gone with the 5% increases over the last 6 years, and then the last part of that pie for the next 3 years. Next slide. I'm not going to go into a lot of details. We did do a couple of different forecasts of what happens to our funds if we don't do any increases from this point forward, and those are the 2 left columns in orange. The middle columns in green is what happens if we have a 3%, and then the purple on the far right is what happens if we have a 5%. And you can kind of see we pretty much about break even. If we use 3% through 2025, we end up with a positive revenue of about $4 million. We're recommending at this time the 5%, which will provide a little bit more because that will put us in a much better cash position when we talk about the Camp Creek project in 2026. Next slide, please. So here's an example of what the rates would be like for the next 3 years if the 5% is improved later this summer. And again, it's important to note we're not asking for a 5% approval today. All we're doing is asking for approval to go out and talk in the community about this. In particular, we'd like to be able to address this to the mayors as part of the mayor's meeting on this Friday. And the final slide, the question that we always get is how does our rates compare to our surrounding communities? Right now, we're the second cheapest in the area, right behind Cobb County. Even with the proposed rates increases through 2025, and assuming that none of the other communities raise the rates, and every community has been raising their rates on a regular basis for the last few years, we would be the third cheapest, right behind DeKalb. But I also know that DeKalb is planning on a rate study as well, and so there will be probably some changes to their rates, which will probably keep us at number 2 when all is said and done in 2025. So with that, that's a brief presentation of what Public Works has been doing with our rate study with Finance's help over the last couple of years.
Commissioner Morris.
I got in the queue, Mr. Clark, really to make a couple of comments that after I've got in the queue you just made. But perhaps it's worth reiterating. First of all, you're not asking us to approve these rates today. You're just asking for the authority to go out and have public hearings. Are you going to have formal public hearings?
Yes.
You talked about reaching out to the community.
Yes, we'll have formal public hearings, both North Fulton and South Fulton. Those dates have not been set yet, but we'll work with your staff to identify those times.
And then the other thing, well, it's not numbered, but the chart that shows the competitive assessment, I remember hearing at one point that the city of Atlanta's water rates were the highest in the country. I'm not sure they are anymore, but they're certainly, you can see on this chart that our county rates for those citizens we serve aren't anywhere near as high as the city of Atlanta's yet. And I was going to make the point that you're comparing some of these to CAB's 2020 rates, for example, and Forsyth's 2021 rates. And I think, again, since I got in the queue, you indicated that they're likely to go up. So yeah, it certainly seems reasonable. We'll see what the public has to say about it, but it costs a lot. We see these capital projects that we're approving all the time. It costs a lot to have that infrastructure. And we saw, Mr. Chairman, back when we were on the city council, what happens when a jurisdiction doesn't keep up with that infrastructure and spending that money to keep up the infrastructure, then you really got to pay the price at the end. So thank you for the presentation.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I noticed that you said that the public meetings will be June and July. And I'm trying to get a grasp on when do you think approximately in June. I would like to do everything in my power to make sure the information is out there. This is an important issue. Like my colleague said, you can pay now or pay later. And this is something that's very important. And the constituents have already started asking my office about it. So I would like to do everything in my power to make sure that information gets out. Do you have an anticipated time or frame that it may start with the public meetings?
Sure, and we certainly appreciate your support, Commissioner. We're looking at the last week of June. We don't want to go too much later than that because then we'll obviously be in the July 4th, and then when everybody gets back from the July 4th holiday, they're beginning to ramp up for school restarts, last-minute vacations, those types of things. So we certainly recognize there's no great time in the summer to have these types of things, but we do believe the last week of June is where we'll be shooting for.
Okay, look forward to it. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
Mr. Chairman, can I make one other comment?
Yes, sir, Mr. Manager.
Just, if you recall, this is a very city-centric study, so we worked with every city planning staff in great detail over a, was it 20-year view, David, in terms of their population growth?
No, it was actually 40 all the way through 2060.
So over 40 years. And the reason I want to emphasize that is it's exactly what we did in North Fulton. So we have parity. It ends up being the same investment number, about $500 million in both. But I think it may be even more important to South Fulton because particularly when you get down to Chattahoochee Hills and Serenbe and those areas, we've actually met with developers who will not come in without adequate wastewater treatment capacity and reach. So this one could be one if I were back in another life doing a study on infrastructure investment and GDP growth, the linkage here would be even more dramatic, I believe. So hopefully, and I think your point was well made in terms of citizen reaction to this, but hopefully in the bigger picture of things, these are actually modest increases, particularly in today's inflationary environment, but important in terms of property values, economic growth, and just growth in general and quality of life. So I think we'll make a great case, but I want to give David credit for, again, a very comprehensive approach that again, I think will withstand any scrutiny.
Commissioner Hausman, Vice Chair Hausman.
Yes, and thank you, David, for the presentation and for your good work of sticking to the plan that we put in place, what, now 6-7 years ago? Yeah, and we've made a lot of progress, and everything that we are doing today was what we decided to do years and years ago. And I think that speaks well to the plan we put in place, but also to your ability to deliver that plan and to work with the city. So just for the benefit of the public, these rate increases over time were what we knew when we passed that plan, correct, that we would need to put in place?
Is what we forecasted, yes.
All right, and as we grow and have to do this, our other neighboring systems are also going through similar growing pains, and so we're staying pretty much on the, not the low of the lowest, but close to it, the second. And you anticipate us continuing to maintain a low position in the scheme of the other rates that our neighbors are paying, correct?
We are.
All right, thank you.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Bottom of page 6, Commissioners' action items, 22-0405, request approval of an ordinance to amend the Fulton County Code of Ordinances to adopt a policy against discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression, and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
Commissioner?
Well, I'll just be brief here. I discovered a few weeks ago that some of our policies really weren't as up to date as probably most of us assumed, including this one dealing with public accommodations and that sort of thing, that it really didn't deal with sexual orientation or gender identity. And I asked the law department to draft me ordinances to introduce, and since June is Pride Month, we thought this was a good meeting to introduce these ordinances. So thank you for the motion to approve, Commissioner Hall, and the second.
All right, Commissioner Ellis?
And a specific question on 405. And possibly I missed it, but is there a particular reason, and we have it in the other two, is there a particular reason in 405 disabilities not noted?
There's no particular reason why it's not noted there. It is a protection that's afforded under current law. It could be added, but
Okay. I mean, I
it was
guess
not
for-
requested in this particular.
So for consistency, should it be?
I would have to look and see if another policy covers disability already of Fulton County's ordinances. But we could add that if that is an amendment that is voted on by the board. We could add that afterwards.
Well, I'm just asking, should it be? I mean, you got it in the other two. I mean, if it's protected under law and it's not needed, then I don't know why we have an ordinance on it in one way or the other, but we shouldn't have a conflicting ordinance that leaves it out if it's protected under law.
Yes, Commissioner, I understand, and
Yeah.
I think that was probably just an oversight on our part. We
Okay.
meant to be as expansive as possible in the drafting of the new policy.
Okay. Well, I guess that'd be a friendly amendment.
Friendly amendment? Commissioner Morris?
Got it. Sure. Okay.
All right, the friendly amendment is accepted. Anything else, Commissioner Ellis? All right, Commissioner Vice Chair Houseman?
Yes,
0405.
Are we taking these individually?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, on 405, this one deals with public accommodations. Madam Attorney, could you just give us a definition of that term, please?
So, public accommodations includes businesses such as hotels or anything that is open to the public that invites patronage from the public.
Okay. I think everyone up here was surprised that we didn't already have this in place. So thank you, Commissioner Morris, for bringing it forward. I am, of course, again, I think everybody here, no one wants to discriminate against anyone in Fulton County or anywhere else. I'm just curious, since we have, only a small portion of the county that is unincorporated, which is all in South Fulton, around Fulton Industrial Boulevard, where would this actually apply?
So we had considered that as well as a practical matter, but in that area, there is significant economic development and commercial development that is anticipated and encouraged in the county's long-range plans. And this is a statement of the county's policy. It's, I guess, in some ways a philosophical statement that the county believes all citizens in all of these categories, all citizens should not be discriminated against. So it would apply in that area as it currently exists and also as it will be developed into the future.
So anything that's located in one of our 15 cities, it would be up to the cities to have some sort of policy in place for their jurisdiction. This would not infringe on any of our cities' right to act in any way they deemed appropriate.
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments? All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 7 with Vice Chair Hausner. On page 7, 22-0406, request approval to amend the Fulton County Code of Ordinances to adopt a policy against discrimination on the basis of gender identity and gender expression and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
All right, Commissioner Morris. The motion on the floor is to approve.
Yeah, this one is similar to the first one, but this one deals with our own employment of folks,
Deals with.
our own employment of people here.
Any questions? All right, let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0407, request approval of an ordinance to amend the Fulton County Code to prohibit discrimination in housing based on a person's sex, race, color, religion, disability, familial status, national origin, sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression, and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Vice Chair Hausman, you have the floor.
Yes, again, this only applies to unincorporated areas of Fulton County, correct?
We're talking about 0407?
Yes.
That is correct, yes.
So only in the South Fulton corridor, South Fulton Industrial Parkway corridor.
Yes,
All right.
unincorporated.
All right, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Ellis.
Just a real quick question on the, hopefully a quick question. This would not apply, if you had an organization, like a nonprofit organization that was providing specific housing, let's say they had a program that was designed specifically for, mothers and children or whatever, I mean, this wouldn't somehow apply to them, would it? Is this just more individuals seeking housing in a for-profit enterprise as opposed to a specific residential program that a nonprofit was conducting?
We would have to analyze that on a case-by-case, fact-specific basis, but in general, I would anticipate that if the program that currently exists has a very specific clientele, I would not anticipate this policy would impact their ability to serve that specific need-based group.
You wouldn't anticipate? I mean, just want to avoid any unintended consequences. I mean, because there are specific programs that are, yeah.
Yeah, like a women's shelter.
Yeah.
should we hold this one, Commissioner Ellis, to let the...
I mean, I'd just like
take a
to,
look at it?
yeah, either that or if there's a way to amend it such that it doesn't infringe on that. I mean, I certainly don't have any problem with that, but I wouldn't want to have any unintended consequence for anyone.
If Commissioner Morris is amenable to holding it, I would like an opportunity to
Okay.
brief it specifically on
Okay,
that question.
fair enough. All right.
Let's do that, Mr. Chairman. Do you need a motion, a substitute motion to
Without
hold, or
without
shall-
objection, we'll hold. Madam Clerk?
Can you take that motion out? We're removing the first motion to approve.
What?
You had a motion on the floor to approve, so. Continuing on page 7, under Infrastructure and Economic Development, 22-0408, Strategy and Performance Management, Presentation, Infrastructure and Economic Development Area Report for fiscal year 2022.
Okay, can we pull up the presentation, please? Okay, good morning, Commissioners. Mike Rowicki with Strategy and Performance Management. I'm here today to present our second of our priority areas, which is infrastructure and economic development to you. With me today is going to be Dr. Rochelle and Alton Adams to go through the highlights as we get to those parts of the presentation. What I'd like, next slide, please. So what I'd like to start out with is giving the opportunity for each of our priority area liaisons, which is Vice Chair Hausman and Commissioner Arrington, to give a few remarks, if they wish to, about this priority area and the importance of it to Fulton County. So with that, I'll turn it over to the Vice Chair.
Vice Chair, any opening remarks?
Thank you, Mr. Rowicki. And I think this is a very comprehensive snapshot of where Fulton is with, as was stated earlier during our employee appreciation conversation, about all the work we have done to make sure our facilities, our infrastructure, our programs are really in great shape, and what we plan to do in the future, especially with what we're trying to do with the airport and our water systems and hopefully transit expansion. So I think this is really a great snapshot of all the good work that has been ongoing and where we're going from here. So I look forward to you sharing the presentation with the rest of the commissioners and the public.
Commissioner Arrington?
I just want to thank you all for taking the time to put this together. I agree that infrastructure and economic development are the key to our future, and so we're thankful for the work that you all did. Thank you.
Okay. And again, thank you guys for participating with us, giving us your input on this report and the projects that we're actually working on. Next slide, please. So for infrastructure and economic development, one of the key things in the vision for the strategic plan for 2021 through 2025 is Fulton County plays a key role in creating an environment that is to stimulate economic development across the county. We are one of the key pieces that actually brings together all the different business communities, our education systems, job seekers, and the other municipal governments in seeing what we can do to spur on economic development and infrastructure across the county. Some of the key objectives in our plan for this area, again, are to support business in Fulton County across all jurisdictions, to improve the ease of doing business in Fulton County overall. We want to build a customer-centric infrastructure, meaning our infrastructure, our facilities should be key, user-friendly for customers, and that includes businesses as to how they can either tap into those resources or how they can utilize them. The other one is to be a government leader across the country in sustainable and resilient operations. And I think that is a key item that we've learned through COVID-19, how we actually continued operations during what it was that we were doing, and continued services to our residents. Next slide, please. We'd like to actually kind of highlight some of the items that under this priority area we actually did in 2021 through the items when we were dealing with COVID. Some of those items are highlighted here on the screen for you, which would be we finished the acquisition of properties on Fulton Industrial Boulevard for that redevelopment. We expended all of our workforce grants and provided training and services to over 700 residents. We began construction of a $38 million world-class animal shelter. We had the construction of our ARF and our airport master plan underway. And we also did the completion of Big Creek and Little River water facility projects to increase that water capacity, as you heard earlier, to a capacity of 2.6 million gallons per day. Some of the other items are, again, our central library, which was a key major development that we did as an infrastructure to serve our community. And then also the passage of $500 million in the T-SPLOST 2 referendum for transportation improvements across the county. Next slide. So some of the items that you're going to hear Alton Adams and Dr. Rochelle go through are the projects we'd like to highlight for you today, which are Renew the District, the Fulton County Airport, again, water infrastructure improvements, transportation investments, again, our animal shelter, IT infrastructure are the highlights that we're going to mention to you today. So with that, next slide, I'm going to turn it over to Alton Adams to start the highlights of these specific projects.
Great. Thank you, Mike. I'm just going to touch on the highlights and happy to answer any questions. But broadly speaking, between the airport and the investments in the airport, the new public safety training center, the animal shelter, Fulton County is making a significant investment in the overall infrastructure, economic infrastructure at FIB. And obviously with the purchase of some of the additional properties, it gives us the opportunity to do additional things. I think one of the big things I'd like you to take away is that these foundational investments now allow us to attract private sector investments as well, that look at this as kind of the tip of the spear in terms of some of the things that can be done in this particular community to increase the opportunities for jobs, to increase the overall infrastructure in South Fulton. And so with that, here again, I'll stop. I won't take any questions at the end if you'd like, but I guess what I'd leave you with is we made some significant investments. Those are going to be coming online. You're going to hear from Dr. Rochelle about some of the things at the airport, and those really are the beginning of what we hope will be additional economic development in this particular corridor. Next slide, please. One of the things I mentioned is the animal shelter. As you know, we broke ground in the animal shelter in December. Commissioner Hausman is smiling because she knows this is one that's kind of near and dear to my heart here. But we did break ground in December. We ran into some of the predictable things that are associated with supply chain as part of COVID. We had challenges in getting certain materials. We had challenges because it took us a while to get our bond issued because of the impact on the financial markets. That having been said, we are in fact expected to actually start the construction this month, and our target is mid-2023 for the actual delivery of the animal shelter. It couldn't come can't come fast enough. What we've seen since the reopening is that a number of individuals have returned their pets. So the CAB's shelter, Cobb shelter, our shelter is full. We've had some visits from the Department of Agriculture that have kind of pointed out that we need to get some things going. So the team really is aware of the fact that we have a sense of urgency around this, and it really is important. So things continue to progress, and we will continue to keep you up to date on how things are going. The next slide talks to our IT infrastructure. I'm going to turn that over to our CIO, Glenn Melendez, who can give you a quick update and answer any questions. Glenn?
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Glenn Melendez. I'm CIO for the county. Just a couple of things in terms of where we'll be going in the future. We will continue to expand our presence with video surveillance. We will be adding cameras and video surveillance throughout the county, and we are starting to partner with the Sheriff's Department for adding artificial intelligence to help with that video surveillance, so really maturing that space. We also will be looking at upgrading or continuing to upgrade our infrastructure, our application platform. We have made significant progress in that space. We'll be seeing some improvements in our ERP system, which is, there's an RFI on the street right now for our ERP system. There will also be work done with an intranet platform that will be moving to the cloud and kind of replacing an old intranet system that will help with facilitating a remote workforce for the county. Just one thing I want to just highlight is, and important as we move more applications to the cloud, and we are starting to do that, one of the hallmarks you'll see of moving to the cloud is greater resiliency. And I just want to point to our current website is in the cloud, and when most of the country was experiencing outages for COVID, we swung over the Board of Health's website to our infrastructure, gaining greater resiliency during COVID when hits were tremendous. And that's a credit to some of the work we're doing relative to moving applications to the cloud to get greater resiliency, and we are starting to do more work in that space. Just two other items. We will be maturing our security posture. We have an RFI that is sitting in procurement, or an RFP that is sitting in procurement now, that will look at vulnerability management to continue to safeguard our data and stay ahead of security threats, as all organizations are doing these days. We will continue to look at a digital-first approach to citizen engagement. We've done a lot of work in that space. I think 2 board meetings ago, we announced the Health and Human Services mobile app. We have a mobile app for elections as well. We will continue to look at opportunities to invest with a digital-first approach for citizen engagement. And then finally, I just want to give a quick update with recruiting. We have had some challenges with the great resignation in recruiting. We've filled about 30% of our vacancies since 6 weeks ago. So in the last 6 weeks, we've made significant progress in our vacancies. They're down, we've come from 48 down to 33, and we are continuing making progress in that. So aggressively pursuing our recruiting strategy as well. I'll take a minute and just pause and ask if there are any questions.
Any questions? None.
Next slide, please. Good morning, Commissioners. As you know, we've already heard this morning about the importance of water infrastructure and the economic impact. So while water, public works is a part of the HHS portfolio, it has already been demonstrated today that the water infrastructure is important to our economic development. We provide over 26.5 million gallons of water each day to over 275 residents in Fulton County. We are very proud of the Big Creek Water Expansion, a $300+ million project that will definitely improve the water quality in the area. The team is always laser focused on cutting edge opportunities to improve the infrastructure. Some of the other projects include the inflow infiltration project, an $8 million project in North and South Fulton to reduce storm, river, and creek water from entering into the sanitation system. Moving on, next slide, to the airport under the leadership of Tim Beggerly, and the master plan is underway. We anticipate that plan to be completed by the third quarter. It will include expansion of the runway and both aeronautical and non-aeronautical project support. It will also include upgrades and a greater opportunity for a variety of different aircraft in the area. So we are very excited about the impending completion of this master plan and look forward to sharing more details at its conclusion. Transportation, yes, one more. So one of the main roles of the Public Works Department is to manage the T-SPLOST program. However, as we all know, all of those projects are city-specific and are selected and chosen by cities. We continue to manage that program. Most recently, you have seen on the the agendas, some of those projects coming forward, and the role that the county does play in helping manage those programs successfully. So we will, again, continue to keep you updated as those projects that are determined by cities come online, and the department will continue to play the role that they are required to play as mandated by the state.
Okay, next slide, please. So on the screen in front of you today, what we wanted to kind of give you is the investment trends over the years for this priority area. Currently for 2022, it is about $326 million that is invested in this area. And you can also see the pie chart in front of you gives you the breakout of what our current budget looks like for how each of the priority areas is broken out with their amounts and percentages of the budgets. Now, currently, one thing that we do want to note is that in our this year, when we realigned the priority areas from our previous strategic plan, we had to realign the budgets and how some of the object codes looked. Previously, it looked like there was a lower investment in this priority area, but when we moved some of the stuff from the All People Trust Government and All People Are Healthy priority is dealing with water and that type of infrastructure to economic development, and this number actually increased dramatically. And if you see that for any reason in past reports it was much lower, that is the reason why it is higher this time around. With that, we'll open it up for any questions.
All right, questions? Vice Chair Houseman?
Yes, thanks, Mike, for mentioning that. So basically, the categories that are in your report here are now designated in the economic development infrastructure category, correct?
That is correct.
Whereas before, it was basically whatever staffing numbers that we had put into Select Fulton and just minimal recognition. But we all knew we were really doing a lot of things that enhanced economic development, so now we've just labeled it correctly.
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
All right, other questions or comments? No, nothing. All right, thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Bottom of page 7, 22-0409, discussion, elections update, sponsored by Vice Chair Hausman.
I'm hoping someone's here from elections. Yes, I see Ms. Williams.
Good afternoon. Oh, is it? Okay, I'm so sorry. Good morning. We do have a presentation to present today. Thank you. My name is Nadine Williams, Interim Director. And we're going to do a brief overview of the election that took place for the general primary on May 24th. Next slide, please. We'll be discussing the success, challenges, and improvements for redistricting, advanced voting, election day, and then, of course, the preparation for the runoff for June 21st. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I think we skipped a slide. We have to go back one, please. Yeah, it needs to go. It should be on the redistricting slide. I'm waiting for it to go back. Okay, so I guess we will start with the advanced voting. Regarding advanced voting, we had 30 locations open timely every day. Okay, we're back on redistricting. I apologize. Thank you. All right, so redistricting, we had 373 precincts that were redistricted, which equated to roughly over 280,000 voters. We thank Fulton County GIS for helping us out throughout that entire process. We contracted with Blue Raster to ensure a layer of checks and balances to ensure that voting districts are assigned correctly to voters. The challenges that we had was a short time window, which is beyond our control, but thankfully redistricting happens every 10 years, so we should have some breathing room in regards to that. For future improvements, we developed a routine. We're going to develop a routine schedule of street maintenance updates that'll let us know when there's new developments in any cities, new streets, new addresses, new subdivisions, things of that nature. We'll continue to contract that with an outside agency to help us maintain that. And we'll also, with the help of the communications department, still plan mailers to voters with updated information regarding redistricting through the November election cycle. Next slide, please. Regarding advanced voting, we had 30 locations that opened timely daily. We processed over 90,000 voters. We processed over 5,500 absentee by mail ballots as well. And we had over 270 workers successfully recruited and trained. The challenges, that we did have some no-show workers for advanced voting. We also had a few COVID outbreaks. Thankfully, nothing, no big numbers in regards to that. And for future improvements, we will streamline training, increase our number of reserve workers, and we're also going to be surveying advanced voting workers for their input and improvements on our processes. Next slide, please. For Election Day, we had 250 sites, 248 opened on time. We processed over 89,000 Election Day voters and had roughly 200 Election Day poll workers recruited. The challenge, we had 2 sites that opened late due to various challenges, but they were able to stay through court order to their scheduled time. We did have a delay in election tallies election night. And for recruitment, it was also a challenge due to the holiday. We did have a lot of no-shows, and it was a challenge to recruit, but our regional coordinators were able to manage that task. For future improvements, we do plan to increase our regional coordinator staff to smaller regions. That way they can give more attention to their poll workers. So that'll lessen their workload and also give more direct customer service to the poll workers. We plan to again survey the Election Day workers for their input and improvements. And we're gonna reorganize and increase the staff that transports memory cards to the tabulation center to expedite the election night processes. Next slide, please. For the runoff is scheduled for June 21st. There is no local races on the ballot. It is a statewide runoff. We plan to open 30 locations. I put pending changes because we have 2 sites that are told us they may or may not be able to assist. We're currently talking with them now to see if we will be able to use those locations. There will still be 250 locations on Election Day. Advanced voting will begin on Saturday 11th and end on Friday the 17th, which includes Sunday voting. For our logic and accuracy testing, when this was drafted, we had scheduled it for Sunday, but actually is now going to move to Monday due to the requirement that we have to publish LNA in the paper, and the paper has advised they cannot get it into the paper until Friday. So we'll have to move it to Monday the 6th, and absentee processing will begin on June 13th. Next slide, please. Okay, on the horizon, we do have our elections warehouse that is under construction. Currently, we're in 2 temporary spaces. One of the spaces will change at the end of this month. The Dream Department is diligently working on securing that space. In regards to our permanent space, it is currently under construction with projected to be completed by December of 2022. Next slide, please. And that concludes our presentation. And again, this is just a brief overview of some of the improvements and successes that we had. We do plan to have an internal meeting in our department to make some different, to implement additional things to make it a better process, but that is our presentation for today.
All right, are there questions or comments? Commissioner Vice Chair Hausman?
First of all, congratulations on, it looked like a fairly smooth, considering everything you had to go through. There was a few glitches, which, you know, I know you talked about one of them at your certification meeting with a precinct in South County that actually had a North County question on it, a school board race. To make sure that doesn't happen in the future, what are the strategies that you're going to implement to make sure that, you know, everything is accurate on the ballot?
Right, we're going to put additional layers in regards to ballot proofing, as well as proofing again when it's actually on the voting unit. So we're going to add additional layers to make sure we catch things of that nature.
And then the voters that went in and expected to see one race on the ballot and it wasn't, and then I know a lot of that was because of the split precincts and those types of situations. Are y'all cleaning up all that as you uncover these incidents, or?
Right, well, there was nothing for us to clean up. It was merely voters that need to be educated on their redistricting, where they reside. So we're still gonna work with communications to put more word out to have people learn where the redistricting is. It's still on the landing page. We're still gonna put up the posters in the precinct and hand out flyers so people know exactly where they are supposed to vote.
Well, there were people that were not keyed correctly. Commissioner Arrington's one of them. So, you know, I just want to make sure for the public that they're certain that we're taking care of all those isolated incidents.
Yes, we will do that.
All right, because I know that in House District 49, there was a lot of questions, and I'm hearing that in the school board race 7, where I haven't seen any data on it, and I was going to ask you if you've gotten any data on some challenges in that particular race.
Right, that challenge was that the candidate saw a posting on an outside organization's website with the candidate's name.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about supposedly 50 or so people that might have been given the wrong race in that particular district. You haven't heard anything about that?
No, I have not.
All right. Well, I don't know if it's true or not. I'm just asking the question. And then I just want to point out that, you know, we are now voting stronger early voting than on Election Day by a lot. So, and I, you know, watched a lot on Election Day, our app with the wait times, and just about every time I looked, it was 0 minutes of a wait, which, you know, is phenomenal and well below the hour requirements that we now live under with 202. But I would just like to say to the commission that I think that we need to really monitor that this fall. You know, we've talked and we've had on our legislative priorities supporting voting centers for quite some time now. The expense of keeping 250 precincts open on Election Day, if in fact the majority of people are voting early, whether that's a location charge, staffing, and all of that that goes with it. I mean, I don't think it's unreasonable to go vote on Election Day and wait 15 or 20 minutes. I don't think anybody would consider that to be unreasonable. So I just think, you know, from a financial perspective, with all of the challenges that we have, that we know of all the projects we have to do in the next few years, that anything that we can do to bring the cost of the elections back to what, you know, was customary for a lot of years would be in our benefit. So I just hope that you're really following that data and come back to us with some recommendations in the future of really the best use of our resources to conduct elections.
Will do.
Thank you.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, great job. I know it was at sometimes trying, but you did rise to the occasion. I just wanted to ask you, however, the situation without finger pointing, but I'm just trying to see if there's a resolve, or was a resolve ever made with the state, with the missing, because I know the last meeting, you said that you all had a workaround. And so even though I did get a few calls, I directed individuals not to, vote and let the poll manager know, and they did resolve it with the workaround. So I was just asking, has that been resolved? Is there ongoing conversations to make sure as we move forward that will be resolved? Or is that something just we have to deal with whenever redistricting comes up?
It has been resolved, and we've been working diligently with the SOS with regard to any issues that we may have. So it's been resolved.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Houseman?
Yes, one more question. I know we certified on Memorial Day, the election. Was that meeting open to the public?
Yes, it was open to the public. It was advertised on our website. We did hear that persons claimed they could not get into the building, but we actually had security check the cameras, and that was not true. There was nobody outside the building that could not get in. So yes, it was open to the public. And the only reason why we certified, for the record, on Mondays, because we had asked in advance if we could certify on Tuesday because of the holiday. By the time we got permission, our quorum was already established. Due to the holiday, I personally would have preferred Tuesday. I had a wedding anniversary that I wanted to celebrate, but nevertheless, we had already established a quorum. So, and all the plaintiffs, so there was no way for us to backtrack that. We had asked well in advance if we could do Tuesday. We were told no, but then it got changed because SB 202 requires that you certify the Monday prior before 5. We brought it to the attention that it was a holiday. Are we able to do Tuesday? We were told no at first. We had already established our quorum, so we could not backtrack at that point.
So if someone had come to the door where there was a sign that said the building was closed, they still could have gotten in?
Yes, there was security at the doors. Yes, it was open to the public.
All right. My only suggestion would be in the future, if we have a situation where the building appears closed, that on your notice that you just put some sort of directions for folks of how they can attend if they want to.
Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Ellis?
Or two things, and this may be a suggestion for, not necessarily, well, for you to take back to your board. Maybe they could set the certification dates ahead of time, because it should be a standard meeting, maybe a window for them to look at. That's probably something that should be on their board calendar. And they can always, I guess, move it if they don't have the stuff ready. But that would probably be useful. And then just a question on, I think you noted in the challenges, sort of the lateness of getting the tallies out and sort of the thoughts around sort of improving that. Could you just sort of elaborate on that?
In regards, well, the tally depends on the memory cards being transported back to the election preparation center. So we're trying to expedite that. Of course, we're coming all the way from South Fulton. We're coming all the way from Roswell and Alpharetta. So we're trying to expedite those cars coming in. So what we're going to do is increase the amount of people that are transferring those cards. It has to be two-person teams that come in rental cars to come down. It's going to increase the expense. But that's the only way we can remedy that, is to increase the staff and the number of vehicles that we have on the road transporting those cards.
So is that what we've deemed to sort of be the biggest challenge, is the transport of the cards?
Because of the size of our county, to get those cards back into the building, they have to get to the check-in, they have to,
Right.
let me backtrack. The poll manager has to close the poll. They're told to obtain the memory cards first. They close that out, they send it with 2 runners. The runners have to go to check-in. They get to the check-in site that's geographically closest to their precinct. Then from there, it's transported with police escort to the elections preparation center. So it's just time consuming to get those things transported in. So the only thing we can do is increase the amount of vehicles that are coming our way to get those things back into the election preparation center.
On the, in just terms of just more of a mechanical question, the timing of when we start to release results, do we do it in multiple batches? I mean, we know we do it in multiple batches, but do we do early voting batches first and release those?
We have to a certain time, we have to start tabulation. So we started as soon as we're permitted to, but yes, we can do it in batches. But we
Does
do-
early voting go first? I guess that's.
We can do it, yes, we can try to do something of that nature.
But we're not doing that right now. We historically have not done that.
It's, I have to double check our records,
Right.
but I want to say it is done, because that is actually time consuming as well. You have to, because there's a certain time we can start running those tapes and pulling those memory cards. So that you have to literally sit there and run those tapes. It's literally like sheets and sheets of stuff that come out the machines. So that also takes a while as well.
I mean, I understand there's a transport issue. I guess, given the extent of our early vote, it just seemed like that could give him being priority in terms of pushing that through and reporting it first. And, you know, that would seem to provide a little bit of relief valve, if you will,
Yeah,
about
we'll
people's anxiety about, you know, seeing the results quickly. And I don't know if other counties, when those early results, are they their early voting batches first?
I'll look into that. But unfortunately,
Okay.
we're compared to other counties. We have
Well,
250
I mean, I guess
sites compared to.
intuitively, I don't really understand why we couldn't get our early ballot stuff tallied and out the door and reported first.
Yeah, there's constraints on that. Now, I'll give you that information. I'll
Okay,
provide
that's fine.
that to you.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Other questions or comments? Vice Chair, you have a look on your face.
I guess that answer surprised me. I just assumed that we were, as soon as the polls closed, starting the early vote count. We're not?
We are, but we have to literally run the tapes from every single scanner. So then because of our size, we have all the scanners from every site has to be literally turned on and ran with the memory cards pulled. It's time consuming, let's put it that way.
But as each one is done, is that put into the system as a
Yes, so we can
report?
attempt to upload several times throughout the night. We can increase our uploads. We can
Yeah,
we'll
I
look
think
into
that would be a really good thing if we could do that.
Okay, will do.
All right, other comments or questions? Thank you. All right, so let's recess for lunch, which is not here yet, but we can take executive session. Entertain a motion to recess for lunch when it gets here, real estate, litigation, and personnel. All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
All right, without objection, we will resume the, regular order of business. Madam County Attorney, no matters from executive session?
No matters,
All right,
Chairman.
Madam Clerk, any other matters to come before us?
No further items.
All right, no other matters are coming before us today, so without objection, we are adjourned. Thank you.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.